Welcome to the sleep hours. Tonight we're stepping into a Minecraft world where nothing is chasing you. The night is calm, the light is warm, and the world has already chosen kindness. The world is quiet now. The blocks are still. The night has already decided to be gentle. You don't need to explore unless you want to. You don't need to build or survive. Just let the soft light, the calm air, and the slow rhythm of this place carry you forward, one peaceful moment at a time. You can let your thoughts slow down now. This world will hold the silence for you. So close your eyes and let the stillness take over from here. Tonight, you don't need to build anything. You don't need to search for shelter, and you don't need to watch the horizon for danger, because this world has already settled into a peaceful night, one where nothing is chasing you. It's deepened into a calm shade of blue, darker at the edges, softer near the stars, and the square moon hangs quietly above the land, unmoving, patient, keeping watch without asking anything in return. Somewhere nearby, a small campfire burns steadily, its light warm and reassuring, not flickering wildly, just breathing in slow rhythms, crackle by crackle, like it understands the pace you need tonight. The wooden cabin beside it is simple and familiar, built from planks that have seen many quiet evenings like this one. And the door is already closed, not to keep anything out, but to hold the warmth inside. Familiar, built from planks that have seen many quiet evenings like this one. And the door is already closed, not to keep anything out, but to hold the warmth inside. Your inventory is light, almost empty, because there is nothing you need to carry anymore, nothing you need to prepare for. The world is set to peaceful, and it truly feels that way. Not just in name, but in every sound and every still moment between them. The grass barely moves as the wind passes through. The trees stand tall and relaxed, and even the distant water seems to flow more slowly, as if time itself has decided to rest alongside you. You sit near the fire, feeling the gentle glow reach outward, warming the ground, warming the air, warming the quiet thoughts that drift in and then fade away before they can linger. There are no footsteps behind you, no distant hisses, no echoes of danger hidden in the dark, only the soft certainty that this night is safe, that nothing will interrupt this calm. Above you, stars appear, one by one, not all at once, taking their time, spreading across the sky like quiet promises that don't need to be spoken aloud. You don't need to count them, and you don't need to follow them, because just being here is enough. The fire continues its steady rhythm. The night settles deeper, and with every slow moment that passes, the world feels less like a place to survive and more like a place that is gently holding you, reminding you that for now, and for as long as you're here, you are allowed to rest. You lean back against the soft, mossy earth, feeling it give just slightly beneath you, grounding you to this peaceful world. The firelight dances lazily across the nearby walls of the cabin, painting them in soft amber hues that stretch and shift like slow-moving thoughts. Each crackle from the fire is gentle, almost like a whisper, and with every whisper, you feel the tension in your shoulders melt a little more. Your hands relax, and your mind drifts further into the quiet. Somewhere beyond the trees, the gentle murmur of a small stream flows, weaving around stones and roots, carrying nothing but the soft music of the night itself. The wind brushes through the leaves above you, and the sound is so delicate, so tender, that it almost feels like a lullaby designed just for this moment. You notice the stars again, how they flicker in a way that seems unhurried. Each tiny light perfectly content to hang in the sky without moving or racing, existing simply, comfortably, without expectation. A faint silhouette of a hill rises in the distance, blending softly into the night sky, neither sharp nor threatening, only present as part of the peaceful landscape that surrounds you. You can feel the gentle coolness of the night air against your skin, not biting, not sharp, but refreshing in a way that encourages calm breathing and slow, measured thoughts. Occasionally, the quiet is punctuated by a tiny sound, a leaf falling, a twig bending. But even these small interruptions feel part of the rhythm of the night, like gentle punctuation marks that remind you that you are still awake, still aware, still here in this moment of quiet safety. The campfire continues its steady dance, and each spark that floats up seems to fade into the darkness without effort, a reminder that even small lights can exist quietly, without noise, without urgency, and still make the night feel warmer, more alive, more welcoming. You imagine, if you reach out, you could touch the flames, feel the warmth ripple slowly up your arm. But there is no need to do anything. Watching is enough, and that is more than enough. The cabin windows glimmer faintly, reflecting the stars above, and inside, the quiet hum of the world. No mobs, no monsters, no rushing, only the slow, steady passage of time makes it easy to imagine a world where everything waits patiently for you to rest. Your eyes begin to soften, and with each slow blink, the firelight dances a little more dreamily, the stars above twinkle a little more gently, and your mind feels less like a busy traveler and more like a bird perched on a branch, swaying slightly in the wind, content to simply exist in the peace of this Minecraft night. As the night deepens, the world seems to exhale alongside you, every sound softening, every movement slowing, as if the entire landscape is settling down for its own rest. The trees stand tall and still, their branches swaying ever so slightly, brushing one another in gentle whispers that feel almost like conversation between old friends who have nothing urgent to say. You notice the way the moonlight spills across the hills and meadows, brushing the tips of flowers and grass with a calm, silvery glow, illuminating the world without sharp edges or stark contrasts. In the distance, a faint chorus of crickets hums in perfect harmony, their rhythm steady and unhurried, lulling you further into a sense of ease. The fire near your cabin continues its gentle flicker, the smoke curling lazily upward and dissolving into the cool night air, leaving behind only the quiet scent of burning wood that feels grounding, familiar, and reassuring. You take a deep breath and feel it fill your lungs slowly, steadily, almost as if the world itself is guiding your breathing, encouraging it to match the calm cadence of the night around you. There is no need to move, no need to speak, no need to even think. Simply being here in this moment is enough. Somewhere behind the hills, soft shadows stretch across the land, creating gentle curves and textures that are easy on the eyes, and the stillness of the world seems to invite your mind to wander without urgency, to float like a feather across open skies, touching lightly on thoughts, memories, or dreams that have been waiting for a chance to drift through. Occasionally, a soft rustle of leaves or a distant water trickle reminds you that life continues here, but without hurry, without expectation, just quietly existing in harmony with the night. The cabin itself feels like a guardian, a small sanctuary in this vast, peaceful world, offering the perfect balance of safety and freedom, warmth and openness. You find yourself noticing details you might have missed before. The gentle glow of fireflies drifting lazily near the edges of the forest, The way the stars reflect faintly into the water of a small pond nearby. The soft outline of hills that roll gently into the distance. Each observation feels like a small gift, a quiet treasure that adds to the deepening sense of calm. Your thoughts drift like clouds in the sky, slow and weightless, and with every passing moment, the tension in your body eases just a little more. The night seems infinite, not overwhelming, not empty, but full of quiet beauty and soft comfort. You feel yourself sinking deeper into the sensation of peace, the rhythm of the fire, the sway of the trees, the distant murmurs of nature, all coming together to form a gentle lullaby. Every blink, every breath, every tiny sound is in perfect harmony, reminding you that there is nowhere else to be tonight, no one to impress, no task to complete. Only the soft, unhurried, warm embrace of this Minecraft night that is entirely yours to rest within. The night continues to stretch around you like a soft, protective blanket, each moment blending seamlessly into the next, until it feels as though time itself has slowed just for this quiet pause. The campfire's warmth wraps around you gently, seeping into your shoulders, your hands, your chest, as though it knows exactly where comfort is needed most. The smoke rises lazily into the dark sky, curling into shapes that vanish before you can focus on them, and in that soft vanishing, you feel a strange sense of peace, as if even the smallest movements in this world are meant to soothe rather than startle. The stars above twinkle with gentle consistency, not rushing, not fading, just existing in the vastness of the sky, giving the impression that nothing needs to change, nothing needs to move faster, nothing needs to be done, except to simply watch, breathe, and feel. In the distance, the silhouette of a small hill rises and falls gently against the horizon, its curves softened by the moonlight, and a faint mist drifts lazily over the grass, smoothing the edges of the world and making everything feel softer, warmer, and infinitely more peaceful. Every sound you hear, the rustle of a tree branch, the faint trickle of a nearby stream, the gentle hum of crickets, fits into a rhythm that mirrors your own breathing, slow and deliberate, guiding you deeper into relaxation. You notice the subtle details you might not have before. The way the moonlight shimmers on the edges of leaves, how the fire casts tiny, fleeting shadows that dance quietly without urgency, the faint reflection of stars in the water's calm surface, all combining into a delicate tapestry of night that encourages your mind to wander freely without ever pulling you from rest. Even the cabin feels more alive in this tranquility, its wooden walls radiating a faint warmth, the small window panes glowing softly with the firelight, each creak or whisper of wood a gentle reminder that this is a living, breathing world built for calm and safety. Your body begins to feel heavier in the best way, like sinking into a soft bed, every muscle releasing tension as the night itself seems to cradle you. Your thoughts drift in tandem with the gentle flicker of the fire, moving slowly from one comforting image to another, never racing, never demanding, simply floating. You realize that you don't need to seek dreams tonight. They will come naturally, guided by the rhythm of the night, the steady glow of firelight, the soft chorus of nature, and the vast, comforting presence of the Minecraft world around you. In this suspended moment, it feels as though the world exists solely for your peace. Every leaf, every star, every tiny spark of fire contributing to the slow, tender unfolding of calm. The night whispers a quiet promise that for now, for as long as you wish, you are safe, you are held, and you are allowed to let go. And as you exhale, longer and slower than before, you feel a sense of gentle weightlessness, like drifting on a soft current of air, carrying you lightly, seamlessly, toward the first hints of dreams, while the night continues its steady, infinite, perfectly peaceful song. The night stretches on, carrying with it a quiet sense of exploration, though not one that asks for effort or alertness, only gentle observation and calm presence. From the small cabin and its crackling fire, your gaze drifts toward the village beyond the hills where soft lantern light glows from modest windows, casting golden pools across the cobblestone streets. The buildings are simple, familiar, and comforting in their quiet symmetry, each roof and wall bathed in the gentle glow of evening, neither too bright nor intrusive. You notice the villagers have already settled for the night, doors softly closing, shutters falling into place, the faint sounds of muted conversations fading into the slow rhythm of slumber. Even the distant clatter of a bell, once so noticeable during the day, now rings only as a faint, reassuring punctuation in the stillness, marking time gently without urgency. The pathways between the houses are empty, lined with soft grass or worn cobblestones that carry the quiet scent of the earth after a long day, and each step you imagine taking feels deliberate and unhurried, as though the world itself is inviting you to move slowly, to notice everything, yet never rush. The wind whispers softly through the branches of the nearby trees, brushing leaves against one another in gentle murmurs that rise and fall like a natural lullaby, carrying with it the faint aroma of pine and damp earth. In the distance, the silhouette of a forest rises, its trees forming dark, protective shapes against the deep blue sky. But even here, there is no sense of danger, only the calm reassurance that the woods are alive with quiet, familiar life, a world that exists in harmony with the peace you carry within. You imagine the tiny rustling of small creatures moving unseen among the roots and leaves, not threatening, not hurried, just existing as part of the rhythm of this night. Shadows stretch slowly across the village paths, mingling with the golden lantern light, to create soft gradients of warmth and depth that are pleasing to the eyes and calming to the mind. As you walk, or imagine walking, through the village, you notice the gentle details. A faint curl of smoke rising from a distant chimney, the soft reflection of the moon on the windows, the delicate sway of flower pots on doorsteps, the slight creak of doors that have opened and closed countless times before, all blending together to create a seamless, comforting symphony of quiet life. Your footsteps are soft, absorbed by the grass and cobblestones, and each step seems to echo the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing, reinforcing the calm, measured pace that surrounds you. You pause at the edge of the village, looking out toward the forest, and feel a sense of gentle anticipation that comes not from excitement, but from curiosity tempered by complete safety. The trees sway in patterns almost hypnotic in their regularity, the moonlight flickering softly through leaves, and you notice tiny glimpses of fireflies or glowing insects drifting lazily across the clearing, adding subtle points of light that seem to nod to you in quiet encouragement. Every detail, every small movement, every soft sound is perfectly tuned to ease the mind and relax the body, carrying you further into the embrace of this serene Minecraft night, allowing your thoughts to drift gently like the clouds across the sky, weightless and unhurried, preparing you for the slow, comforting journey deeper into the village and the forest beyond. As you step softly away from the last houses of the village, the lantern light fades gradually behind you, leaving only the subtle glow of the moon to guide your eyes across the landscape. The grass underfoot feels cool and soft, bending gently beneath each imagined step, and the faint scent of earth and pine rises with every breath, grounding you more deeply in the calm of the night. The forest ahead is no longer just a shadow on the horizon. It has begun to reveal itself layer by layer, branch by branch, leaf by leaf, as if welcoming you with quiet patience into its depths. The trees stand tall, not imposing, but protective, their trunks solid and steady, their branches forming gentle arches over small clearings where moonlight drifts lazily to the ground. You notice the gentle sway of leaves, each movement slow and rhythmic, like a soft dance designed just for you, each rustle harmonizing with the quiet murmur of the world. Somewhere deep in the forest, a stream gurgles softly, its water sparkling faintly under the moonlight, carrying with it the gentle, reassuring sound of continuity and calm. The further you move into the trees, the more the forest seems alive without ever becoming distracting. Each tiny noise, the flutter of wings, the faint scurrying of a small animal, the whisper of wind through needles and leaves, adding to a natural symphony that eases the mind instead of startling it. Fireflies drift lazily across your path, their lights blinking slowly and rhythmically, like tiny stars that have descended to rest among the trees, illuminating just enough to invite curiosity while maintaining the serene quiet. You notice the small details that make this night unique. The way moonlight kisses the edge of a leaf, how dew clings lightly to mossy stones, the soft ripple of water in a distant pond reflecting faintly on nearby branches. Every movement and sound is gentle, deliberate, and perfectly timed to draw you further into relaxation, carrying your mind along a slow current of comfort. The air feels cooler here, yet not sharp or biting, only refreshing, encouraging slow, deep breaths, each one drawing you deeper into the forest's embrace. As you walk or imagine walking, the canopy above occasionally parts to reveal clusters of stars scattered across the sky like soft lanterns left by the universe itself, each one steady, calm, and unwavering. Your senses adjust to the night, noticing the subtle interplay of shadow and light, the textures of bark, leaves, and moss, the faint earthy aroma that rises from the forest floor, all combining to form a tranquil world that exists in perfect harmony with your own breathing and heartbeat. The forest floor is dotted with tiny glowing mushrooms, their luminescence delicate and soothing, adding a magical element without overwhelming the calm of the scene. Every step, every glance, every sound blends into a slow, hypnotic rhythm that encourages your mind to drift, your body to relax, and your thoughts to float freely, weightless and unhurried, as if you are becoming part of the night itself, gently carried along in the serene embrace of this quiet, magical Minecraft forest. You are safe here, entirely safe, and the deeper you move, the more the forest seems to whisper this reassurance to you, carrying you further into peace, ready for the slow unfolding of dreams. Deeper into the forest, the world becomes a sanctuary of soft textures and gentle sounds, a place where every leaf, every stone, and every shimmer of moonlight seems perfectly arranged to calm the mind and body. The tall trees rise like quiet guardians, their branches weaving overhead into a delicate canopy that filters the moonlight into soft beams, casting gentle patterns across the mossy floor. Each patch of light seems deliberate, like a painting designed to invite serenity. And as you imagine walking beneath it, your steps become slower, more measured, attuned to the rhythm of this peaceful night. Small streams wind lazily among the roots and rocks, their water clear and sparkling, carrying with it the soft, almost musical gurgle of movement that eases the mind and encourages deep, even breaths. Occasionally, a small ripple glints in the moonlight, and the reflection of the stars dances in the water's surface, giving the forest a quiet, magical life that does not demand attention, but simply exists to be noticed and appreciated. Fireflies drift lazily through the trees, blinking softly, almost like gentle heartbeats echoing the steady pace of your own, and their warm glow illuminates tiny clusters of flowers and ferns that otherwise melt into the shadows, reminding you that even in the stillest moments, beauty quietly persists. The air here is cool but soft, brushing your skin like a gentle caress, carrying the subtle scent of damp earth, pine needles, and the faint hint of wildflowers that open only at night, all combining to form an atmosphere of pure calm. Every sound, every movement, every shift in light blends together seamlessly, creating a rhythm that feels as natural as your own breathing, as comforting as a gentle lullaby, whispered just for you. You notice the way the branches sway in slow, synchronized motion with the wind, how small animals move quietly among the underbrush, their presence almost imperceptible but reassuring, reminding you that life continues here in harmony with stillness. Moss carpets the bases of trees, soft and pliant, and when you imagine your fingers brushing against it, there is no sharpness, no roughness, only the sensation of tender, slow texture grounding you more fully in this world. Occasionally, you spot tiny, glowing mushrooms clinging to rocks or tree trunks, their faint light adding another layer of magic, subtle but persistent, reinforcing the sense that this forest is designed entirely for gentle observation, relaxation, and peace. You may hear the faint call of a distant owl, not startling, not urgent, just a soft note woven to the orchestra of night, a gentle punctuation in the flowing, continuous calm that surrounds you. The deeper you wander, the more the forest seems to open itself, creating small clearings where moonlight gathers like soft pools of silver, inviting you to pause, sit, and simply exist in the quiet harmony of the world. Each breath you take matches the rhythm of the night, slow, deliberate, comforting, and you feel yourself becoming part of this forest, not as an observer, but as a quiet presence, drifting alongside the flickering fireflies, the shimmering streams, the swaying trees, and the steady, infinite calm that surrounds everything. The night is neither rushed nor empty. It is full, serene, and inviting, wrapping you in its gentle embrace, guiding you further into relaxation, and preparing your mind and body to sink even deeper into the dreamlike world that exists here, entirely safe, entirely peaceful, and entirely yours to wander within. As the night carries on, you find yourself resting in a small clearing where the forest opens up just enough for the moonlight to spill fully onto the soft moss and earth beneath you. The glow is gentle, warm, and steady, creating long, delicate shadows from the surrounding trees that seem to stretch like quiet arms reaching towards you, offering both comfort and calm. The gentle trickle of a nearby stream weaves through the clearing, its sound a constant, soothing companion. And as you listen, you realize it has become part of your own rhythm, each drop and ripple sinking effortlessly with your breath and heartbeat. Fireflies continue their lazy dance, flickering sporadically but without urgency, like tiny guardians of light guiding your mind deeper into serenity. Occasionally, the wind stirs the leaves above, their soft rustle forming a background melody that blends seamlessly with the murmurs of night creatures moving quietly among the undergrowth. There is no rush, no sharp sounds, no startling movements, only the calm, steady pace of the forest, carrying you gently along, inviting your mind to wander while never needing to focus. The moon has shifted slightly higher in the sky, and its light reflects softly on the water, giving the impression that the stars themselves have descended to rest among the trees, their glow mirrored perfectly in the gentle ripples of the stream. You notice the small details, the subtle shimmer of dew on a leaf, the delicate curve of a flower opening to the night, the way the bark on a tree glows faintly in the moonlight. And each tiny observation adds another layer to the comforting tapestry of the forest. The distant village behind you feels safe and serene, its soft lantern light mingling with the forest shadows in a perfect balance of warmth and cool night air. Every step you imagine taking, every subtle sound your ears catch, every slow breath you inhale feels like a small affirmation that this night exists solely for calm, for rest, and for gentle wandering. Occasionally, a tiny animal scurries past, leaving a whisper of sound that only deepens the sense of life without urgency, reminding you that this world is alive, but in harmony with your peaceful presence. Your body grows heavier in this imagined calm, sinking slightly into the soft moss and earth, every muscle unwinding, every thought drifting more freely, weightless and unhurried, as if carried along by the quiet currents of the forest itself. The sky above continues to shimmer with stars, steady and patient, and the moon casts long, soft shadows that guide your gaze without forcing it, allowing your eyes and mind to move at their own pace. The subtle, gentle sounds of night, water flowing, leaves brushing, faint nocturnal calls, blend into a hypnotic rhythm that encourages slow, deep breathing, letting go of any tension left in your body and allowing the mind to drift as easily as a leaf floating on the stream. With each passing moment, the clearing, the trees, the stream, the fireflies, and the soft, distant glow of the village behind you combine to form a world entirely designed for quiet, immersive rest. You feel enveloped, carried, and embraced by this calm, ready to move further into the deeper, more magical parts of the forest in the next stage of your journey, knowing that every step you take, every breath you take, only deepens your sense of safety, relaxation, and gentle wonder. As you wander deeper into the heart of the forest, the world feels softer, almost as if the night itself has thickened to cradle you more gently. The trees are taller here, their trunks wide and steady, their branches forming delicate arches above, filtering the moonlight into long, slanted beams that stretch across the forest floor like gentle ladders of silver. Every step you imagine taking sinks lightly into the moss and fallen leaves beneath your feet, the sound muted and soft, almost like the world is encouraging silence and stillness. Small streams crisscross the terrain, their waters moving slowly over smooth stones, each ripple catching faint light and reflecting it in delicate patterns that seem almost deliberate, as if the forest itself is arranging tiny moments of beauty for you to notice. The air is cooler here, yet soft and welcoming, carrying the subtle fragrance of damp earth, wildflowers, and pine needles that rises with each gentle inhale, grounding you in the serene present. Fireflies continue to drift lazily through the underbrush, their blinking lights like slow heartbeats scattered across the shadows, weaving together a rhythm that harmonizes perfectly with your breathing. Tiny mushrooms glow faintly along the roots of trees, their luminescence soft and comforting, and you imagine that each one is a small guardian of the night, casting gentle light into the darkness without ever overwhelming it. In the distance, the outline of a small waterfall appears, its water cascading slowly down stones that glisten in the moonlight, producing a quiet, almost musical murmur that blends seamlessly with the other soft sounds of the forest. Occasionally, the wind stirs and leaves sway gently above, creating an intricate, delicate rustling that reminds you of pages turning slowly in a book you have read many times before. The forest feels alive but never intrusive, each movement and sound designed to lull you deeper into relaxation rather than demand your attention. The shadows themselves seem to breathe, stretching and contracting softly as the moonlight shifts above, giving the impression that even the darkness is tender, protective, and patient. You notice faint glimmers along the stream and in the hollows of trees, tiny points of light that pulse slowly, subtly, like whispers of magic woven into the natural rhythm of the night. Occasionally, the distant call of an owl drifts across the clearing, low and gentle, echoing through the trees, but never startling, just adding another layer of calm, rhythmic life to the forest. Your own breathing slows naturally as your mind drifts with the movement of water, the sway of branches, the blinking lights of the fireflies, and the gentle pulse of unseen life around you. Every detail, every texture, every sound blends together seamlessly into a lullaby of the natural world, inviting your thoughts to float weightlessly, untethered from stress or urgency, and allowing your body to sink ever deeper into a soft, peaceful presence. The forest seems endless yet safe, a universe of quiet wonders that exists solely for calm, for gentle wandering, and for moments like this, where you can feel completely held by the world around you. And as you pause near the stream, watching the faint shimmer of moonlight dancing on the water, you feel the first whispers of dreams brushing against your mind, subtle and soft, as though the forest itself is beginning to carry you slowly into the gentle, magical sleep that awaits deeper within its heart. Moving further into the forest, you notice how the shadows and light begin to weave together in a quiet, almost magical pattern. The moonlight filters through the high branches, falling in soft pools that shimmer slightly, as though touched by invisible hands. Tiny sparkles appear along the edges of leaves and moss, subtle and gentle, as if the forest itself has sprinkled a faint stardust just for you. The air here feels softer, heavier with the calm weight of night, carrying the faint scent of flowers that bloom only after the sun is gone, mingling with the earthy fragrance of damp soil and the subtle sweetness of moss. Each breath you take becomes a part of this rhythm, slow and deliberate, in harmony with the sway of trees and the trickle of water flowing nearby. You hear the gentle gurgle of the stream winding its way through the roots and rocks, a constant, soothing sound that seems perfectly timed to match your heartbeat and ease any lingering tension from your body. Fireflies drift lazily across the forest floor, their tiny lights flickering in an unhurried rhythm, blinking softly like gentle reminders that you are safe, that the night is still, and that this magical space exists solely to calm you. Mushrooms glow faintly along the edges of the trees and the banks of the stream, their illumination tender and reassuring, neither bright nor harsh, just enough to give shape and warmth to the darkness around you. Occasionally, a soft rustle in the underbrush hints at the quiet life of small, nocturnal creatures, moving slowly, carefully, not rushing, not startling, just part of the seamless symphony of night. The forest seems alive with subtle magic. The sway of branches, the shimmer of dew in the moonlight, the faint glimmer of insects along the stream, all blending together to create a gentle lullaby that encourages your mind to drift. Shadows stretch and soften, forming shapes that feel familiar yet impossible to name, adding to the dreamlike quality of this place, a world that exists slightly apart from time itself. You pause for a moment near a small pond, watching the reflection of the moon ripple gently across its surface, and feel a soft warmth in your chest, a quiet reassurance that everything is exactly as it should be. The wind brushes lightly against your skin, carrying with it whispers of leaves and distant water, each sound deliberate yet soft, blending into a continuous current of calm. Tiny glimmers of light flicker across the forest floor, perhaps fireflies, perhaps a reflection from the water, perhaps a hint of something magical just beyond ordinary sight, and you allow your mind to float alongside them, following their slow, graceful dance. The trees form gentle corridors, guiding your imagined steps without direction, letting you wander freely while the forest cradles you in its soft, steady rhythm. Your thoughts feel lighter here, untethered, floating like clouds drifting slowly across the night sky. And each breath you take seems to sink deeper into your body, relaxing muscles you didn't even realize were tense. The forest's lullaby continues, in perfect harmony with your awareness, the steady pulse of life, water, light, and wind blending into a hypnotic, comforting melody. Every detail, from the soft rustle of leaves to the gentle flicker of mushroom light, carries you farther from the busyness of day, deeper into the quiet, dreamlike world of the Minecraft night, where you are fully embraced by calm, safety, and the soft, infinite rhythm of nature. And as you drift alongside the slow, luminous dance of the fireflies and the tender gleam of the pond, the forest seems to lean in, whispering a gentle promise that here in this moment you may let go completely and the night will carry you gently, without hurry, deeper into rest and serenity. As you move further along the forest path, the night seems to grow even softer around you, as though the darkness itself has been smoothed into a gentle, comforting cloak. The trees rise higher here, their branches weaving together into a delicate canopy that filters the moonlight into a scattered pattern of silver beams and shadowed spaces. The ground beneath you is thick with moss and fallen leaves, softening each imagined step, and the faint crunch of twigs and rustle of earth is absorbed into the quiet rhythm of the night. Small creatures stir silently among the roots and bushes, a rabbit brushing past, the tiny rustle of insects along the moss, but they move with no urgency, their presence a quiet reassurance that life thrives here in harmony with peace. The stream you followed earlier widens slightly, its water sparkling faintly as it glides over smooth stones, the gentle gurgle forming a soft, natural melody that blends effortlessly with the faint whistle of the wind through the treetops. Fireflies drift lazily through the air, their lights flickering in slow, uneven patterns, creating the sensation of tiny stars dancing just within reach, moving to the same calm rhythm that seems to pulse through the entire forest. Mushrooms along the path glow with a soft, ethereal light, scattered like quiet lanterns, their faint illumination giving depth and texture to the shadows without ever being harsh or jarring. Occasionally, the wind stirs, carrying the subtle scent of pine and wet earth, mingling with the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers, and each breath you take feels like a gentle massage for the lungs, slow and deliberate, aligning perfectly with the rhythm of the night around you. The canopy above opens just enough to reveal clusters of stars, tiny points of soft light that twinkle without urgency, reflecting faintly in a quiet pond nestled among the roots of towering trees. Shadows stretch long and fluid across the forest floor, bending gently around stones and fallen logs, forming shapes that are at once familiar and fantastical, encouraging the mind to drift freely without needing to fix on anything. Somewhere further ahead, you hear the faint call of an owl, low and soft, not startling, but weaving into the quiet music of the night, as if marking time gently for all creatures present. Every detail, the shimmer of water, the flicker of fireflies, the sway of branches, the delicate crunch of leaves, fits together seamlessly, forming a gentle, hypnotic lullaby that carries both mind and body deeper into relaxation. Your muscles feel lighter, your thoughts softer, your awareness of the day's worries fading into the background, leaving only the steady pulse of calm that the forest has created. The faint luminescence of distant glowing fungi and the soft reflection of stars in scattered puddles creates an almost magical path forward, guiding you without forcing direction, allowing your imagination to wander safely and freely through the night. Each breath, each slow blink, each imagined movement carries you further into this peaceful world, your mind weightless, your body relaxed, fully immersed in the serene rhythm of the magical forest. The deeper you move, the more the forest feels like a gentle embrace, the world itself curving softly around you, inviting you to drift even further into quiet wonder, preparing your senses for the final moments of this segment, where the stillness will become even more profound and your mind will begin to float lightly toward dreams. The deeper you venture, the forest seems to settle more fully around you, as though every tree, every leaf, every ripple of water has leaned inward to create a quiet cocoon for your mind. The moonlight filters through the canopy in long, soft beams, touching moss, stone, and shallow pools of water with gentle silver light that glimmers like a delicate promise. Shadows curve slowly around the bases of trees, stretching and flowing as if alive, yet their movement feels soothing rather than startling, like a slow exhale of the forest itself. The stream widens slightly, the water running in dull, soft, smooth ripples over rounded stones, producing a subtle, melodic murmur that blends perfectly with the rustling of leaves and the faint, rhythmic chorus of nocturnal insects. Fireflies flicker lazily above the forest floor, their lights gentle and intermittent, casting soft, dancing points of glow across the shadows. Small, glowing mushrooms, scattered along tree roots and patches of moss, form delicate clusters that seem almost magical, their faint illumination inviting your gaze without demanding it, allowing your mind to drift naturally from one soothing detail to another. Somewhere deeper in the trees, the quiet movement of nocturnal animals adds another layer of calm life to the night. Tiny rustles, the soft tap of a paw on moss, the faint flit of wings overhead. But nothing rushes, nothing startles. Everything exists in perfect harmony with the slow rhythm of your breathing. The air here is cool and gentle, carrying the faint scent of pine, wet soil, and night-blooming flowers that mingle into a subtle, calming fragrance, grounding you further in the serene present. As you pause near a shallow pond, the reflection of the moon shimmers on its surface, rippling lightly with the water's movement, while distant stars above twinkle faintly through the gaps in the canopy. Everything, the soft wind through leaves, the gentle glow of mushrooms, the flickering fireflies, the rhythmic murmur of water, seems to align in a slow, hypnotic rhythm that encourages your mind to float weightlessly, untethered from thoughts of the day. Your muscles sink deeper into relaxation as your imagined steps slow and fade, the forest seeming to cradle you entirely, wrapping every part of you in its gentle embrace. Tiny points of light flicker in the distance, suggesting hidden corners of the forest waiting to be explored, yet inviting you to remain still, to breathe, to let the rhythm of the night carry you fully into calm. Every sound, every shadow, every flicker of light blends into a seamless lullaby, encouraging deep, even breathing, and a sense of weightless peace that spreads from your chest to your fingertips and toes. As you watch the reflections on the water, and the soft sway of the trees above, it feels as though time itself has slowed, leaving only the steady pulse of life in the forest, the quiet song of the night, and the safe, soothing knowledge that you are entirely held. With each gentle exhale, the forest seems to fold around you even more, a living, breathing cocoon of serenity, ready to carry you slowly toward dreams, deeper rest, and the next stage of your peaceful journey through this Minecraft night. Here in this quiet, magical space, every detail, light, sound, shadow, scent, and texture, exists solely to guide your mind and body into calm. And as you close your eyes in imagination, the forest whispers softly, inviting you to drift onward, carrying the serenity of this moment with you into the next part of your journey. As you move gently through the forest, the trees begin to open slightly, their trunks still tall and steady, but spaced just wide enough to let the moonlight fall in soft, scattered beams across the mossy floor. The air feels lighter here, carrying a subtle hint of floral fragrance from unseen night-blooming flowers, and each breath you take seems to draw in calm, carrying it deep into your body. A faint path emerges beneath your feet, barely visible among the moss and soft leaves, inviting you forward without urgency, as though the forest itself is guiding you to a hidden, tranquil space. You notice a gentle glow ahead, diffused and soft, not harsh like the light of a lantern far away, but more natural, warmer, and soothing. As you approach, the outline of a secret glade begins to form, a small clearing where the canopy parts fully, letting the moon pour down silver light across the grass, rocks, and water. A narrow stream winds slowly through this peaceful hollow, its waters glimmering faintly as they ripple over smooth stones and curve around tiny patches of moss and delicate plants. The sound of the water is soft and musical, a constant soothing rhythm that blends seamlessly with the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional whisper of the wind. Fireflies drift lazily above the stream, their tiny lights blinking in slow, unhurried patterns, creating a sense of magic that feels entirely natural, as though the night itself is alive with quiet wonder. The glade is dotted with small clusters of glowing mushrooms, their faint luminescence adding depth and texture to the shadows, highlighting the subtle curves of tree roots and rocks along the water's edge. Occasionally, the distant call of a night bird or the soft chirp of insects rises and falls, punctuating the calm with delicate, rhythmic notes that feel part of a gentle lullaby. You notice the reflection of the moon in the slow-moving water, broken only by the occasional ripple of the stream or the movement of a leaf drifting along the surface, each motion adding to the hypnotic, serene rhythm of the glade. Every sound, every flicker of light, every subtle shimmer in the shadows invites your mind to drift, weightless and free, allowing your body to sink deeper into relaxation. The air carries a soft coolness that brushes your skin tenderly, and the faint, comforting scent of wet earth and wildflowers seems to wrap around you, encouraging slow, deliberate breaths. Tiny critters move silently among the roots and underbrush, their presence a quiet reminder that life continues here in harmony with stillness, adding subtle texture to the symphony of the night. You notice small details as you settle into this imagined clearing. The gentle sway of reeds along the stream, the slight flicker of fireflies over water, the soft glimmer of moonlight on rocks and leaves, and each observation deepens your sense of calm. The forest around the glade feels protective, bending softly to create a sense of intimacy, as if you are enclosed in a gentle, living sanctuary. Every movement of the stream, every glow from mushrooms and fireflies, every whisper of leaves seems timed perfectly to the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing, and you realize you are becoming part of this serene world, floating lightly within its calm embrace. The night here is neither empty nor overwhelming. It is full, soft, and tender. A magical space where your mind can wander freely, your body can sink completely into comfort, and your thoughts can drift weightlessly toward gentle dreams. As you pause by the edge of the stream, letting the soft rhythm of the water fill your awareness, you feel a deep sense of safety, serenity, and quiet anticipation for the next moments of this peaceful journey. As you step softly along the edge of the stream, the gentle curve of the water guides your gaze deeper into the glade, revealing patches of soft grass, small clusters of wildflowers, and tiny mushrooms glowing faintly like delicate lanterns scattered across the forest floor. The air is cool and refreshing, carrying the subtle scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers, filling your lungs with calm and encouraging slow, even breaths. Fireflies drift lazily above the water, their soft, intermittent glows reflecting in the gentle ripples, creating a slow, hypnotic rhythm that matches the beat of your own heart. Occasionally, the rustle of leaves overhead or the faint movement of small animals along the roots adds subtle texture to the serene soundscape. But nothing is startling. Nothing demands your attention. Every motion is a quiet part of the lullaby the night is singing for you. The moon hangs high in the sky, its silver light spilling through the canopy and touching the edges of rocks, water, and plants, illuminating the glade with a gentle, natural glow that soothes your eyes and encourages your mind to wander freely. Tiny ripples move across the stream's surface as leaves float lazily along, catching the moonlight and carrying it downstream in faint glimmers. The water's soft murmur blends with the distant, gentle hum of crickets and the faint whistle of wind, forming a seamless symphony of night sounds that relaxes both body and mind. You notice subtle details as you move or imagine moving through the glade, the delicate shimmer of dew on the tips of leaves, the slight flicker of mushroom light in shaded corners, the slow sway of flowers in the breeze, and the soft glint of tiny insects reflecting the moon's silver glow. Each observation adds a layer of calm, allowing your thoughts to float freely without effort or urgency, weightless and unhurried. The glade feels alive yet entirely safe, as if it has been designed to cradle your senses gently. Every element, light, sound, shadow, texture, working together to invite serenity. A small rock near the water's edge becomes a perfect place to pause, to rest, to watch the subtle movements of the glade without needing to do anything. The fireflies, mushrooms, and shimmering water create a magical, almost dreamlike quality, like the forest itself is quietly celebrating the calm of the night, wrapping you in a soft embrace. Your muscles sink deeper into imagined relaxation. Your shoulders release tension you didn't even notice, and your mind drifts lightly alongside the slow current of the stream. The gentle rustling of trees above, the soft pulse of distant nocturnal life, and the subtle interplay of shadow and light create a hypnotic rhythm, each beat guiding you further into calm. The glade seems timeless, a quiet sanctuary where the night itself exists solely to soothe, to cradle, and to invite rest. Every blink, every breath, every small sound draws you further into this peaceful moment, deeper into the gentle world of moonlit magic, where there is no hurry, no noise, and no worry, only the soft, endless rhythm of the glade, the forest, and your own slow, steady breathing. The night encourages you to pause here, to feel the subtle magic of the stream, the glow of mushrooms, the flicker of fireflies, and to let the stillness carry your mind and body toward deeper relaxation, preparing you for the continued journey through this serene, comforting forest world. As you linger in the glade, the gentle sounds of night seem to grow richer, yet remain soft, comforting, and perfectly measured. The stream winds slowly around smooth stones, the water glimmering faintly in the moonlight as it moves in quiet, hypnotic patterns. Each ripple reflects the subtle glow of fireflies hovering above, their lights flickering in irregular, unhurried rhythms, creating tiny points of magic that dance across the shadows. Mushrooms scattered along the mossy banks glow faintly, their light so soft that it feels like a tender sigh rather than a glow. And you notice how the smallest details, the curve of a leaf, the shimmer of dew, the soft tilt of a flower, come together to form an almost invisible symphony of calm. Occasionally, a small animal moves quietly through the underbrush, a rabbit brushing past, a hedgehog curling along the roots, a tiny insect skimming the surface of the water. But these motions do not disturb the peace. Rather, they add gentle texture to the forest's lullaby. The wind drifts through the trees, stirring leaves and flowers ever so slightly, carrying the subtle scent of wet earth, pine, and blooming nocturnal flowers, weaving the elements of the glade together in an intricate, soothing rhythm. You find yourself imagining the sound of your own breathing blending seamlessly with this quiet orchestra, slow and steady, each inhale and exhale in perfect harmony with the water, wind, and soft rustle of life around you. The moonlight dances across the pond at the center of the glade, its reflection rippling softly as leaves drift across the water, creating patterns that are calm, mesmerizing, and unhurried. Fireflies circle above the pond in lazy spirals, their faint lights mirrored in the water, forming tiny orbits of tranquility that encourage your thoughts to float weightlessly, free from worry or urgency. The forest canopy above sways gently, casting long, delicate shadows across the moss and rocks, and the interplay of light and shadow feels alive yet completely safe, a subtle breathing companion to the quiet magic of the night. You notice tiny sparkles along the edges of the stream and pond, faint and fleeting, as if the night itself has left scattered fragments of starlight for you to follow slowly with your gaze. Every detail, the soft glow of mushrooms, the rippling reflections in water, the slow flicker of fireflies, the gentle rustle of leaves, invites your mind to wander, weightless and unhurried, carrying your thoughts lightly through the glade as if they were floating along the stream itself. Your muscles release any lingering tension. Your shoulders sink slightly. Your chest rises and falls with deeper, calmer breaths, and your body feels lighter as though part of the gentle rhythm of the night. Even the distant sounds of the village beyond the forest seem muted, absorbed by the trees and flowing water, reminding you that here in this hidden glade, you are entirely held, entirely safe, and free to exist fully in quiet calm. The soft interplay of light, water, and gentle movement creates a dreamlike cocoon, a world that feels both tangible and ethereal, inviting your mind and body to sink deeper into relaxation. The night encourages you to pause, to breathe, to notice the smallest details without effort, and to let the calm flow over you like water, carrying you naturally toward deeper rest. The glade, the stream, the fireflies, and the subtle glimmer of mushrooms seem to pulse with quiet life, perfectly in sync with the slow, steady rhythm of your own heartbeat, guiding you further into a serene, almost hypnotic state, ready for dreams to drift gently into your mind as you continue through this magical, moonlit forest world. The glade feels ever more serene as you pause near the stream, letting your gaze wander across the softly lit scene. Moonlight filters gently through the canopy above, falling in scattered beams across moss-covered stones and the slow-moving water, creating long, delicate patterns that shimmer with quiet magic. Fireflies continue their unhurried dance, floating above the water and around clusters of glowing mushrooms, their soft lights blinking in a rhythm that seems perfectly synchronized with the slow, steady beat of your own heart. Tiny ripples shift across the pond as a gentle breeze brushes the leaves and petals, each movement adding to the subtle symphony of the night. The gentle murmur of the stream flows over smooth rocks, harmonizing with the faint rustle of branches and the occasional soft chirp of an insect, forming a lullaby that invites every part of you to relax and sink deeper into the calm. The glow of mushrooms along the bank seems almost sentient, as if each flicker of light is a tender nudge guiding your mind to serenity. And every shadow cast by the trees folds around you in a quiet, protective embrace. You notice the smallest details, the way dew clings to the edges of a leaf, the faint shimmer of moonlight on smooth stones, the gentle sway of wildflowers along the stream, and each one adds another layer to the soothing tapestry of the glade. Small, nocturnal creatures move quietly through the underbrush, rustling softly against moss and leaves, their presence subtle, reassuring, and perfectly harmonized with the stillness of the night. The forest seems to hold its breath alongside you, as if aware of your need for peace. Every tree, rock, and ripple patiently waiting, allowing your mind to float freely and your body to sink completely into relaxation. The air carries the faint scent of pine, earth, and night-blooming flowers, drifting softly across the clearing and wrapping around you like a gentle, invisible blanket. Every sound, every flicker of light, every delicate movement of the water, leaves, or creatures blends seamlessly into the hypnotic rhythm of the night, reinforcing a sense of safety, calm, and dreamlike wonder. You feel your muscles loosen, your shoulders release tension, your chest rises and falls with slow, deliberate breaths, and a warm sense of weightlessness spreads through your body, as though the forest itself is holding you gently in place. The glade seems timeless, a sanctuary untouched by the day, a space where nothing exists but quiet magic, soft light, and the slow, deliberate rhythm of night. The fireflies, mushrooms, and shimmering water combine into a subtle, natural choreography that encourages your thoughts to drift lightly, untethered and free, like leaves floating along the stream. As you sit or imagine resting near the water's edge, the soft interplay of shadow and light, the gentle sounds, and the cool, comforting air lull your mind toward sleep, preparing it to drift effortlessly into the next stage of the journey. The night in the glade feels infinite, yet tender, each detail a quiet promise that calm will continue, guiding you gently into dreams. And as the fireflies continue their soft dance and the stream carries its melody slowly forward, you sense the forest leaning in, whispering that the next moments of your journey. As you leave the softly glowing glade behind, the gentle rhythm of the forest seems to follow you, each step guided by the silver beams of moonlight filtering through the trees. The night air is cool and tender, carrying the faint fragrance of moss, pine, and the delicate scent of night flowers, wrapping around you like a gentle blanket. Every sound blends seamlessly with your breathing. The soft trickle of distant streams, the whisper of leaves swaying in the wind, the faint flicker of fireflies along your path, all forming a lullaby that encourages your mind to drift freely. The trees begin to thin slightly, revealing small clearings where moonlight pours generously onto soft grass and scattered stones, illuminating tiny patches of wildflowers that seem to glow faintly in the night. Your footsteps feel lighter here, almost weightless, as if the earth itself is cushioning your movement, inviting you to slow even further, to breathe fully, and to allow your body to sink deeper into relaxation. Fireflies drift lazily overhead, their gentle blinking creating a rhythm that mirrors your heartbeat, steady, calm, and unhurried, while small glowing mushrooms along the path cast faint points of light, highlighting the subtle curves of roots, rocks, and grass, without ever disturbing the gentle darkness of the night. You notice the reflections of stars in tiny puddles, each ripple catching the moonlight and scattering it softly, creating fleeting patterns that dance just long enough to capture your gaze and then vanish, like gentle reminders of magic quietly present everywhere. Occasionally, a small animal rustles softly through the underbrush, a hedgehog curling along the moss, a rabbit brushing past, or a tiny insect skimming the water surface. But none of these movements disrupt the calm. Instead, they add delicate layers to the quiet, immersive symphony of night. The path ahead meanders gently, guiding you through subtle rises and falls of the land, each step slow, measured, and entirely in harmony with the forest's lullaby. The air feels alive yet tender, brushing softly against your skin, encouraging deep, deliberate breaths that expand your chest and release tension from your shoulders, neck, and back. Small clusters of glowing mushrooms form tiny, reassuring lanterns along the way, their faint light blending with the soft flicker of fireflies and the silver glow of the moon to create a sense of gentle wonder that encourages your mind to wander freely. You pause briefly by a stream that winds through this section of the forest, watching as the water glides smoothly over stones, carrying with it reflections of moonlight, glimmers of fireflies, and the faint shimmer of moss along the banks. The gentle murmur of the water blends with the distant rustle of leaves and the soft pulse of nighttime creatures moving quietly in the shadows, forming a slow, continuous rhythm that mirrors the calm of your breathing and the soothing stillness of the night. Every subtle detail, the curve of a leaf, the shimmer of dew, the soft sway of branches above, the tiny glimmers of life along the water, encourages your mind to drift weightlessly, free from thought or worry, while your body relaxes more deeply with each passing moment. The forest seems to stretch endlessly, each clearing and shadowed path welcoming you to move slowly, effortlessly, as if carried gently by the night itself, a world designed entirely to soothe, calm, and cradle you. You feel a sense of quiet anticipation, not from urgency, but from the gentle promise of discovery, knowing that the journey continues in this magical, serene world, carrying you ever closer to dreams, sleep, and the tender embrace of rest that awaits in the next moments. As you continue along the meandering path, the forest grows even quieter, as though every tree, rock, and leaf has settled into a peaceful lull. The moonlight filters softly through the canopy, scattering silver patterns across the moss and stones, while the gentle glow of mushrooms and drifting fireflies adds faint, magical highlights to the shadows. Each flicker of light seems deliberately slow, almost hypnotic, guiding your gaze gently without asking for attention, encouraging your mind to float freely, weightless and unhurried. The stream nearby winds along in a soft, lazy curve, its water gliding over smooth stones in a steady, soothing rhythm, producing tiny splashes that feel like gentle punctuation in the forest's quiet melody. You pause for a moment, watching the ripples catch the moonlight and carry it along the current. reflecting faint points of firefly light, like a slow, sparkling river of calm that moves alongside your own thoughts. The gentle rustle of leaves above adds another layer to the symphony of night, mixing with the distant call of nocturnal creatures, the soft flutter of wings, the scuttle of small paws over moss, the faint chirp of insects, each sound balanced perfectly, neither startling nor intrusive, simply part of the seamless lullaby the forest offers. Tiny glowing fungi appear along the banks of the stream and the bases of trees, their soft illumination forming a quiet path, guiding your steps or the gentle drift of your imagination through the heart of this serene world. Fireflies drift overhead, their slow blinking reflecting in puddles and the surface of the water, creating tiny orbits of light that invite your mind to follow their gentle arcs, weightlessly drifting along with them. The air here feels alive yet tender, brushing softly against your skin, carrying the faint, comforting fragrance of wet earth, pine, and night flowers, deepening your sense of relaxation with every inhalation. Your muscles feel lighter with each step, each pause, each slow breath, releasing tension you didn't realize was there, while your mind drifts freely alongside the subtle movements of water, light, and shadows. The glade ahead opens just enough to reveal a slightly larger pool, where the water moves slowly, reflecting clusters of glowing mushrooms along the edge, delicate fireflies hovering above, and the soft shimmer of moonlight falling in long silver beams. The combined effect is hypnotic, almost like a dream forming before your eyes, each element, water, light, shadow, scent, and sound, coordinating perfectly to guide you into a state of gentle, serene calm. Even the smallest details capture your attention in the softest way. The curve of a leaf as it tilts in the wind, a faint ripple across the pond, the gentle sway of grasses at the water's edge, or the slow blink of a firefly hovering over mossy stones. Each observation encourages your mind to let go further, floating freely, weightless and untethered, while your body sinks deeper into comfort. The forest around you seems to breathe in harmony with your own rhythm, expanding and contracting subtly with the pulse of the night, carrying you along in its steady, gentle flow. Every sound, every shadow, every faint glimmer of light weaves together into a continuous, calming melody that draws you closer to the state of dreamy relaxation, ready for the slow, gentle drift into complete rest that awaits in the final moments of this journey. The forest around you seems to breathe with a gentle rhythm, each sway of branches and rustle of leaves moving in time with your own slow, calm breathing. The moonlight casts long, soft silver patterns across the forest floor, touching moss, water, and rocks in delicate beams that shimmer faintly as the wind brushes past. Fireflies float lazily above the path, their gentle blinking creating slow, comforting arcs of light that feel like soft whispers, guiding your imagination along without hurry. The stream beside you glides steadily over smooth stones, producing a quiet, melodic murmur that drifts into every corner of your mind, easing thought after thought into stillness. Tiny mushrooms glow faintly along the banks and tree roots, their soft light illuminating small details, the curve of a leaf, the ripple of water, a flower swaying gently in the breeze, each one forming a quiet, magical choreography designed to lull you deeper into calm. You notice the gentle movement of nocturnal creatures, small paws brushing against moss, wings flickering softly in the underbrush, and the occasional ripple of the water as a fish passes beneath the surface. Each subtle motion adds to the gentle rhythm of the night without ever disturbing its tranquility. The air carries the tender scent of pine, damp earth, and night-blooming flowers, wrapping around your senses like a light, comforting blanket, inviting deeper, slower breaths that relax your chest and shoulders completely. Tiny glimmers of light appear along the stream and in the hollows of trees, faint and flickering, like distant stars scattered throughout the forest, drawing your attention softly while allowing your mind to drift freely, weightless and untethered. The path beneath your feet, or the imagined steps your mind follows, winds gently through the forest, guiding you past clearings where moonlight pools in silver patches and along banks where mushrooms glow quietly, creating a natural rhythm that aligns with your own heartbeat. Each small detail, from the sway of reeds along the stream to the slow ripple of moonlight on water, blends into a hypnotic, soothing pattern that encourages the mind to release lingering thoughts and the body to sink ever deeper into relaxation. You feel fully immersed in this quiet, magical world. Each flicker of firefly light, each gentle ripple of water, each rustle of leaves folding into the steady lullaby of the night, carrying you further into dreamlike serenity. The forest feels alive yet utterly calm, wrapping you in a soft, protective embrace, as though every element exists solely to guide your mind and body into rest. With every breath, the gentle pulse of life around you synchronizes with your own, and you realize that there is nothing to do, nowhere to go, and no need to hurry. Only the soft, infinite rhythm of the forest, the water, and the moonlit night carrying you steadily toward dreams. The fireflies hover in lazy arcs above the stream, the mushrooms glow faintly along the banks, and the distant stars reflect in every ripple of water, all combining into a final, gentle chorus of light, sound, and movement that guides your mind into weightless calm, preparing you for the slow, tender descent into complete rest. Here in this magical forest at night, every detail is designed to soothe, every sound to comfort, every light to calm, carrying you naturally toward the quiet, gentle drift of sleep. As you follow the softly winding path deeper into the forest, the gentle sounds of night seem to wrap around you like a warm, invisible blanket. The moonlight filters through the trees in wide, silvery beams, illuminating the moss, water, and delicate wildflowers with a soft glow that feels almost magical. Fireflies hover above the path, blinking lazily in irregular patterns like tiny stars dancing just for you, and the mushrooms along the banks of the stream glow faintly, their light steady and reassuring, adding depth to the shadows without ever startling. The stream flows steadily beside you, its water gliding smoothly over stones, producing a quiet, musical murmur that blends perfectly with the faint rustle of leaves and the occasional soft call of distant nocturnal creatures. Each sound is gentle, unhurried, perfectly in rhythm with your own slow, even breathing, and with each breath you take, your muscles relax a little more, your shoulders sink, your chest rises and falls in calm, measured cadence. The forest feels alive but tender, every movement, every flicker of light, every ripple of water designed to carry your mind gently toward rest. Tiny glimmers of light appear intermittently along the stream and the bases of trees, so faint that they almost seem imagined, yet they guide your eyes softly, inviting your thoughts to drift freely and effortlessly. The gentle swaying of branches above, the slow dance of fireflies, and the faint shimmer of moonlight across rippling water combine into a hypnotic, soothing pattern, like a lullaby composed by the forest itself just for you. You feel yourself becoming lighter, more weightless, floating alongside the rhythm of the night, carried gently by the steady pulse of water, wind, and subtle nocturnal life. Every detail, the curve of a leaf, the shimmer of dew, the sway of flowers, the soft glow of mushrooms, the flicker of fireflies, blends seamlessly into a tapestry of calm that your mind can wander through effortlessly, untethered from thought or worry. As you pause for a moment by the stream, letting the gentle melody of the forest fill your awareness, you feel a sense of completeness, a quiet satisfaction, and a soft invitation to let go entirely, to surrender fully to the tender rhythm of night. Your body grows heavier in imagined weightlessness, your breathing slows naturally, and your thoughts float like gentle clouds drifting over a moonlit sky. The fireflies, the moonlight, the glowing mushrooms, the soft ripple of water, they all converge into a single, serene pulse, steady and infinite, carrying you effortlessly into the quiet, dreamlike world beyond waking. With each heartbeat and each breath, you sink further into calm, deeper into rest, feeling entirely held by this magical, peaceful forest. The distant stars twinkle faintly above, the moon smiles softly through the branches, and the stream continues its gentle song, all whispering a final promise that you are safe, you are calm, and sleep will carry you slowly, gently, effortlessly into dreams. And so, as your eyes grow heavier, your body fully relaxes, and your mind drifts weightlessly, the magical forest of fireflies, glowing mushrooms, silver streams, and soft moonlight holds you tenderly, guiding you into the deepest, most peaceful rest, where dreams unfold softly and endlessly, and the night cradles you perfectly. Morning will come ever so gently. The light will find its way in quietly, so remain in the stillness, and let sleep continue from here. Good night, everyone. I'll stay here, till you fall into a serene, comforting sleep.